Morning. The goal for right now is to get this sweep that did not actually work to work. I think this will be pretty quick, and then we will go from here. Yeah, so I think it's gonna just be sweep metric like this. Yeah, so it just got stuck here because it didn't have the metric. So we'll just do that. Drained to 600K. Very nice. We will leave that alone. And we'll see, we will check on that. And I think I want to do just a little bit of an overview of where we are now with the update and decide where we want to go from here today. There are a few like small things around on the env bindings and on various other things. Lots of small stuff. I'm trying to think what is the way I look at this, because what we're doing here is we're trying to prepare for the next release, right? So the way that I look at pre-release work generally, the way I look at pre-release work generally is just what are the main things that are preventing me from being comfortable with the state of the code as it is for running final experiments? So like, what are the things where I need to do this before I'm comfortable that we can run experiments and the results aren't going to get all messed up by anything else I do? And then like, what are the major things that I know are going to be hard that I don't just immediately know how to do right now and just haven't done yet? So the initial stuff for that, I still don't think that the main train file is quite clean enough. It's almost there. But like anything that we change in the main train file, right, can also change results. We don't have, I guess the other thing is we don't know the results of some of the ablation studies. Like, we don't actually know which of some of the new features we have fully matter quite yet. So we have to probably run some like initial ablations. We also don't know final results for the more complex M. So impulse wars, GPU drive, neural MMO, all those. Ah, perfect. Spencer's around here, so I get to punt on this for now and just go do some stuff on GPU drive, which is much appreciated. Release work is annoying. I'll jump in Discord, Spencer. So for Twitch folks, this is hey Spencer. Just for Twitch folks real quick. This is let's run the demo actually. GPU drive go. Okay, so this is the sim we'll be looking at today. This is Spencer's port of NYU's driving sim to Puffer. It's very fast, and we're just having some trouble training models on it. So that's what we want to figure out, what is wrong with that today. How's it going, Spencer?
Hey, doing well, man. Let's get this training.
Yeah, I think today we should be able to solve it. Did you run a sweep?
No, did
Okay.
not run a sweep overnight. I didn't know if we wanted to go over to try and examine data stuff first, or if we just wanted to go ahead and let a sweep and then examine sweep data or examine the sweep results to determine if there's a data issue.
We can do a little bit of both. I'd say we can do a little bit of both. I'm trying to think how hard it would be to just get a quick sweep running. initially. Like, how hard would it be to just, like, get something running on, say, even, like, my spare box, so that we can just have it going?
I mean, everything's in the release, so I mean, if you just pull it into any box and
Alright, let me see how hard that'll be. Let's try to do that. Yeah. We have to rerun the jank setup thing. We should just, like, call it puffer drive or whatever.
oh, going forward on the end, yeah.
We should probably at some point. M creator must be a list of followables. What did I do?
Did you just pull this into a new box, or where are you right now?
Box 0. Is this config? Does not look like a correct config to me.
No, that's what we had last time.
72 M's.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is. Okay. For some reason, it's just the string. I wonder when that broke.
I didn't have any issues with that last night when I was just kind of running tests on the. I wanted to make sure I could reproduce the one environment test on the running one map, and it seemed fine. So this is kind of weird. Did you compile again on your box?
Could have. This seems like a config error. Yeah, this seems like a config screw up. Make sure. Did I run this right? Buffer GPU drive. Yeah, that's fine. Is this what it's called? It's called GPU. Should be in GPU drive dot GPU drive.
Yeah.
And then the weird.
Is your setup
No
dot py
module
file?
side GPU drive, so it's an import. Hey Jason. Yep, right here. We left the Python in. That no
Oh,
longer exists.
breakpoint.
Yeah, I think I left a breakpoint in, right?
Yeah. That bug only happens because of breakpoint of multiprocessing
I don't see a breakpoint.
in the .py file of the GPU drive.py.
Did I leave one in there?
That's the only time I ever see that bug happen.
Well, it's any error in, like, any weird uncaught error in multiprocessing, I think. Train, or is it backend? I should make it case insensitive. Seg fault. We fixed the seg faults, though.
Yes, we did.
Maps? Maps. That should be totally caught, by the way. Can you do that to like check the map file exists or whatever? You can just do it from the Python side even. So before it loads, that way we don't do this.
Yeah, let me
But
hop on
if you
the
just
bot.
give me the command for now. You can also hop on this. This is just pufferbox 0.
Let me just put the command real quick in the
Loaning you use of this
in
box
the
for a
chat.
sweep for today.
Where is this command?
I was actually thinking of ordering a tiny box last night since it was going to be a while for the other ones. It's not worth it anymore. Like, it used to be 64090s, I think, for 25K.
Mm-hmm.
It's 45090s for 29K now. That's like not worth, right?
6 4090s or 4 5090s?
The 5090s have only been like 10-20% faster in my test so far. So like,
I don't think that maths out in your favor.
yeah, it's like I should have bought one when it was 4090s. I guess that's like on me.
Okay, I put the two commands, and you have to first log into Hugging Face, and then secondarily, then do the download command.
What's the stupid login thing? Hugging Face.
Then you have to drop your token in there. It's like a whole thing. Otherwise, you get they think you're like mass scraping their website, and you'll get banned temporarily.
Okay.
Oh, that's Hugging Face Hub. Let me drop that in as well. Just use the
Hugging Face
command I
is
put in the
cool. I wish they had better code.
underscore hub.
Yeah. Costa was there for a bit.
Oh, does Dash Hub also work? You may have installed something different.
Underscore?
Yeah, it's Hugging Face underscore hub,
No,
not
it's
Dash Hub.
aliased. I think that I'm pretty sure that that those are like aliased or whatever in PyPy, so that
Ah,
specifically people can't do that. But like
oh,
Hugging
okay.
Face CLI, for instance, somebody could get that and like holds to malicious one or whatever. That is a thing people do. Okay. And then you
So
put the command somewhere.
it's the one just above
Where?
in the general chat. General chat within the voice channels.
Oh. But we have to log in.
Yeah, first you have to log in. If you did that one, then it's the Hugging Face CLI download command.
Do I actually have? Remind me to never make people make like a puffer account or whatever. 'Cause they're a pain in the ass. Okay. Token box 0. Copy.
So I guess in the GPU drive.py init, I could do a check real quick to see if the folder structure exists. And then shoot out a warning.
You should just like, if not os.path.exist of the full map path in like the init function, then you should just raise an API error. So what I have to make? Do I have to make this directory or whatever?
Yeah, if you don't have the directory. Oh no. For the download, you can just press download. No, you don't have to do anything. It'll just spawn one.
Okay. We do
But
have
if you already have
PufferLib. We have, I think you know this, right? We have PufferLib like API usage error.
I'm unaware of that.
Okay, so I still think this is an okay idea. I made one specific like PufferLib exception thing that I use everywhere, where it's just like,
Okay.
hey, it's just like a you screwed up, right? Because like when you raise a specific exception instead of an assert, it's like a you screwed up, not I screwed up. So yeah,
So you have an exception that's just like a puffer exception class.
yeah.
Is there any documentation of that anywhere?
You need documentation for something that's like 10 lines.
Well, I gotta know what it's called. Is it called puffer exception?
Well,
Is
it's
it
just
called?
you open pufferlib.py. It's in pufferlib.py.
All right.
I wish everything could just be in pufferlib.py, but that would be a little bit excessive. I'll get this thing running in the meantime. It would make me very happy to be able to just merge
All
all
right.
the
Raise
files.
API usage error.
Still seg faults.
Okay. Did you run the command that creates
Nope.
the binaries? This now you got to run the command that creates the binaries and set up the binary folder structure. So that's under resources slash GPU drive slash binaries.
Yeah, we got to make this part of like of the end class or whatever. Error processing file. Entity D type is not defined. Uh-oh. So that's a problem because the Python, right?
Yes. That's a new problem without the Python.
Mm-hmm. Wait, this does load map. But does it do anything? Save map
This
binary. This returns entities. This doesn't. This never gets called in a way that you need this.
No, it does not ever actually. You don't have to get any values from load map.
I can just do this.
I don't believe.
So we can just fix this right away.
Because I don't think load map even is it used
There we go.
anywhere?
Let me not cover my chat.
I don't think it is. I think it's just called in process maps and doesn't go anywhere. Yeah. It would be good to double check. Oh, I forgot you're in a box. You can't check rendering, but I guess you'll find out soon enough if it works.
Okay, so 300k step per second training on defaults on this box.
I think it goes to 400 in like 2 seconds, unless it just stays there.
370 on a 4090.
Okay.
We also have not tried AMP or compile or anything for your stuff yet. Okay. Is the metric set actually? Sweep. Sweep metric is not set. Is there a score variable for GPU drive?
Yes. Yes,
Okay,
there
then we
is. It's the
then
same.
good. That's the nice thing about that is then you don't have to set anything. So off-road collision, we should set max to be 0, right? Because yeah.
Yes, so it's reversed. Um, well, actually, here's the thing. When you're sweeping that, I think you're gonna get unfair results, possibly.
Why?
Um,
Or is completion rate? It still has collisions enabled, right?
Yes. Well, in the way that you're just respawning now.
Yes, but then the completion metric is, do you get to the goal at least once within 91 steps?
Yes, that's correct.
So nothing that you change with the reward would be able to affect that metric, other than making it easier or harder to learn. Right? Like it can't skip over obstacles or anything like that.
No, not anymore.
Okay. So then there should be no unfair advantages possible. We're gonna
So
not
with the
sweep
map
batch size.
download command, do we want to make that as just part of the setup.py now?
I wouldn't do setup.py. I would do it when you first go to instantiate GPU drive, because it'll be in a driver env. So when it hits the driver env, it'll check for it and it'll make them. That means we'll have to not have it hosted on Hugging Face, or we'll have to prompt the user for their login. You don't want to have extra setup stuff like this, man.
Do we just want to have some type of written documentation where we just PufferLib comes with a certain amount of maps already in the thing, and then if you want more maps, this is how you can do it.
Possibly. We could also just
That way you don't have to deal with like the whole Hugging Face download process.
possibly. We do want to make that process easy. So that's like the main way you lose users. What are we doing? 50 mil to 200 mil? Seems fine. Scale equals time. Yes. Okay, we will see if this does anything. Four and a half minutes per experiment. We'll see.
Well, I think it will go up to like 15 minutes if it's on the high end now.
Yeah. We're gonna have to improve perp anyways. Get to 1 million. I think once we actually have like good driving models, it'll get substantially easier. Okay.
I swear, sometimes I find myself like whenever I'm typing in Neovim, it just like spawns like text every once in a while that I just feel like I didn't type.
It's probably like Super Maven or something catching up. I wouldn't be surprised.
And it's always at the top of the file. It's like at the very, very, very tippity top.
Yeah, I get
So
that a lot as well. It's weird.
API usage error is not defined. Did I type it wrong?
So we got 0.9, above 0.9 even on mazes overnight.
Oh, sick.
Ridiculous. So there's actually quite a bit of there's quite a bit of play, I would say. I guess I probably just called the meta sweep maze or something by accident. Can't be 40 meta experiments already, can there?
Okay, so it's capital API and then camel case usage error.
There we go. Oh. Well, I will wait for them, but this is good news. Let me send this to Aaron. He'll be happy. Okay. I was getting a little concerned about that. It's good. But my the sweep just rediscovered like the good policy immediately.
Nice.
Cool. Yeah, this is gonna be this update's gonna be really good because we're just gonna soda every single client's end instantly. And you know, when you set soda on clients' ends that they've been working on for several months and have like, and then you beat it by a mile, they are happy, and then you have more time for dev on all the other things. Actually, I think I should run this on the other client's M just to give them a little nudge. You know, I should do that today. So we get that stuff signed, right?
Mm.
Because this is totally gonna set soda again, right?
From the latest ones?
Absolutely, right? Like, well, how wouldn't this set
Oh, you're
soda?
using a class now.
What? Oh, the clean PufferL. I let there were some demons battled over that decision. Let's just say.
I was trying to figure out what thing to import in order to get the
Clean PufferL?
no, the
Oh, I thought you meant that we have a class for clean PufferL.
no, I meant for just getting my warnings to be proper. I know you said it was in PufferLib, but I didn't know if it was like defined there per se.
Yeah. So like the trainer class has literally been it's been like the bell curve IQ meme, where it's like, you know, the idiot and the midwit and like the 1,000 IQ or whatever. That's a good result. Okay, then this means, by the way, if we're doing this immediately, this absolutely means that if a sweep doesn't fix GPU drive, it's a data issue. Because there's just no way in hell that we soda everything and not GPU drive.
Okay, I now have a warning that says like GPU drive maps not found. Please follow the README instructions to
Thank you.
download the maps or something right now. So this happens if you do not have the binaries map structure.
Good.
I mean, arguably, I could probably make it go one layer further and just make sure that it has at least a map and not just the folder structure.
Well, you could check it out.
Maybe that's a little bit.
I'll, whatever. As long as there's something for now, and we'll fiddle with it. So we have the sweep running.
Like,
I think that the goal is
like
then
that's like a little
we just let this run, and we start looking at GPU drive anyways, because like something's weird, and I want to like understand some of the data and stuff anyways. Because I want to
Okay,
match NYU's results, but then I like the first thing is we match their results, and then the next thing is we blow it out of the water and make by like making it way faster and stuff.
I thought I deleted it. I have to go download it again. Should have just copied it. I should have just moved the folder, not deleted the folder.
I'm going to start pulling up GPU drive code to look at. 1500 liner. Hmm. Yeah, I definitely see a bunch of stuff that could go wrong.
That could go what?
Could go wrong.
Hmm.
Okay, you do have zeros inside steering and acceleration, which is good.
Yeah, there's do nothings.
When you've had the stream pulled up, I haven't had my microphone be clipping on Twitch, right? Or wherever.
Your microphone, like the sound quality?
Like it hasn't clipping is, you know, like it's like it cuts off the start or the end of what you're saying.
I mean,
Okay.
let me mute you on Discord and then hear you on stream. Give me a second.
I was just wondering if you'd noticed it.
Not in recent thing, but I can test
Okay,
right
cool. I know, I just wanted to know because a few days ago I messed with all the settings because I have all this maintenance work going on. So it's actually like really noisy in the background. But it cuts it all out.
now. No, yeah, you're fine.
Alright, good. Thank you. I will continue reading this code. I mean, really the only
Finding
thing we
that.
care about, the thing that we care about most is going to be the compute observations thing.
For sure. Oh shit, what folder? Oh, I do this. Cancel.
You have like normalize. Wait, what the hell?
All right, what are you panicking about?
Just the normalization. So you have like these gigantic min and max goal cord things. Is that actually, do those get used?
Yeah,
Like that is actually the range is like 1,000 to 1,000.
that is what they use.
Is that how big the map sizes are? Or did they just set some big ass number?
I'd say on average the map sizes are probably more in the range of hundreds to 100.
Hmm.
After you switch them from like what's it called? So originally the coordinate systems on each map was different. So
And did they
you
normalize by that value as well?
so they do that one time so that everything is at least in the zero coordinate sit in a zero base coordinate system because they're subtracting the mean off all the values one time ahead of time. And then this is a second round of within that new zero coordinate based map, your goal is, X distance away from you. And the maps are roughly in like the around 100 by hundreds.
Original relative positions. Rotate to the ego vehicle's frame. The rotation matrix. Wait. Is this cosine sine? Is this just rotating in the other direction? Are you rotating clockwise?
It should be rotating into the perspective of the ego agent.
Is this something that is visualized in the viewer or no? Because the rotation, this rotation matrix doesn't have the negative where I would expect it to be, but it could just be that it's rotating in the other direction.
How the renderer looks at it is using this same type of rotation scheme.
Okay, so if this were wrong, we would see it in the renderer.
If this were wrong, the renderer also uses a similar scheme. So if you're looking at observations, which one are you looking at? Talking about relative car positions?
So there's rotate to ego vehicle's frame. Right here, I see this rotation matrix. And it's not the rotation matrix I would expect.
In the viewer, I show from the perspective of the agent when you hold shift and you actually see the observations. It will show the car and the position that it thinks it's in, as well as the rotation that car, as well as the direction that car is facing relative to what its position is.
Have you seen all like the ghost cars that are like in weird positions? Have you seen that appear in their viewer or only in yours?
Well, you see, here's the fun fact. Because I have the new machine, and before, I don't know if I can actually run their thing on my MacBook. I have no viewer of their thing. So that was something that I was going to ask you to see if you could do, is to compare the visualizer on theirs to mine.
That would be a good idea. Can we at least... It's a bit of a chore to get their thing running. Can we at least like pull up a map that has some weird cars that we wouldn't expect? That would probably be a good idea. To like see if they're actually there. Should we be able to see it in the data file, or is the data file a mess?
The data file?
Do you see what I'm saying though? Like if we find a map that has weird cars that like seem sus, and we see if it's actually like that's how the data just is, or if there's an issue with the way that it's being rendered, or whatever.
The data files are not very friendly to look at. They're like giant JSONs.
Okay, so then we can at least get like the raw coordinates of stuff and see if that makes sense. Like in the env code.
I mean, you can, if you want to spawn, like, you could print out the spawn coordinates of cars, save them somewhere, and then try and command F to go find them in the JSON file.
Down here. Code eval. So this is map 0. Are there... So this looks jank, right? Like the fact that these cars are here. Because this is like a roundabout. And like, it's a solid... So we can see if like these cars are actually here, I guess, right? Or why they
The fact that
disappear.
there's a car on that outer edge is sus.
One car? There's like a bunch, right?
No, but like outside of the entire grid coordinate, because
Okay.
I base the edges of the map based on the cars.
Okay. So like we should then from that, let's
Or no,
actually...
I based it off of hold up, no, I based it off of the road edges, not the cars. So that could possibly happen.
That's a perf test. You can just go to the C. Okay,
All right.
so here we have the C. What's the, I thought zoom... I don't have controls in this for some reason.
Are you on eval?
No.
Yeah, you should be able to zoom in and do all sorts of things.
Yeah, I can't. Weird.
Um,
I could the other day. Right on local. Nope.
Scrolling isn't doing anything?
Nope.
Weird.
Ban this bot.
What about the
Also,
other controls, like your left and right to increase acceleration or steering and such?
nothing really seems to respond. But it doesn't super matter. What matters for now is that we get, we put like a breakpoint and we figure some stuff out. Where would I go to like, where would you go to like figure out where things could be screwy with this?
In terms
Step.
of car spawning,
Yeah, like where the car positions are and stuff.
that would be set active cars, set active agents. It's one of the functions that's called in init.
Like probably maybe here-ish.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we have 64 objects. 63, I guess. 2 cars. Wait, I less than num objects minus 1 and m num cars less than max cars. I'm confused what this does.
So there are the number of objects
Oh, is this just making
which
sure there aren't more than 64, like 64 cars or
it
whatever?
makes sure that there aren't more than 64 cars and also not more than how many cars exist.
Okay. So,
And then the last car, which is for num objects minus 1, is always going to be an active agent.
and this is only for setting the cars that the neural net's driving though, not all the gray cars, right?
Both. This determines setting up
Static
this
cars.
this tells you static cars, active cars, and static expert cars.
Static car indices. Confused because this is only looping over 2 cars. Right. Guess we go to 353.
No, you're not looping over 2 cars. Num cars is the is how many cars are being added to itself over time. Like it's incrementing. Num cars is an incrementing variable in that loop.
Oh. Hang on. You run this. Marked as expert.
Yeah, so to understand, in their data set, they have cars that are marked as expert, which are the vehicles that have like kind of some weird conditions that occur. Like some of these cars were cars that could have been active agents, but
Mm-hmm.
as part of their expert trajectory, run off road or do something like or actively collide with someone else or something along those lines. So they, as part of the JSON pre-processing effort, decided to make those what are called experts and should be just a static car that moves on its own that has nothing to do with collisions or off-roading in terms of how the logging would recognize it as an agent.
So they're not really
So
experts because they're doing weird stuff.
yeah, some move, some of their trajectories seemingly are just like they stay in place and then disappear because they're still following their trajectory path, which is probably like stay in place for like 20 time steps, and then it goes probably off to negative 10,000 land because the trajectory positions are originally based off of like a car's how that car is visible to the primary car, and if that car is no longer visible, it'll just fly into like negative 10,000 and may respawn again as well, based if it's visible again.
How do I figure out what position all these cars are supposed to be at?
There's another function right after that, or is it before? I think it's before. Go hold arrow. It's called set start position or something along those lines. Yeah, set start position.
Okay, so then this... So these have the absolute chords of all the agents here?
The positions that you're getting from trajectory XYZ come directly from the JSON.
Okay, so then this should be... So really all I need to do is just like print out... Well, hang on, these seem like normalized or something because XYZ are the same. Valid equals some big negative number. Was this invalid? I see unique goal position. No, unique goal Y. Yeah, I see unique goal position Ys. Okay. So we have some stats here.
Okay.
It's kind of weird.
So negative 10,000s are invalid positions. Anything that starts at a negative 10,000 at position 0 are not considered entities in the map. They're taken out of consideration.
It's not like uniform though. Like there's stuff that's valid at 49, 50, 53.
Is that at time step or is that
It's on a nit.
independent cars?
So it's on a nit I
No,
just
no, no,
printed out.
no, no, no. But what do the numbers represent? Is that time steps?
Should be independent cars. Yeah. Entity I, index I, position.
And
Kind of weird that the Z is a little different in all these.
the Z's eventually get hard forced to 1
Is this in meters or like, okay, because here
meters. Yeah.
we've got like 4,000, negative 3,000. And then we go back to having valid looking agents here. Up to 101.
So the ones that are in those range is because they've already had the mean has been subtracted from their values
And
in
this?
order to keep everything on the 0 coordinate into a 0-based coordinate map system.
What are
So that
these?
so some things are skipped.
I'm trying to think what the easiest thing to do here.
So if you wanted cars to no longer disappear, there's a very simple thing that could happen. I mean, all you have to do is turn off the experts from moving in step.
Well, I want to see if like the positions actually make sense. Is there like, okay, if I just do,
If you wanted to in render, you could just draw a hard line on the 0, like going up at the origin like a graph, so you can roughly see where things are, because you have a sense of spacing because the graph already is broken up into squares of 5 meters by 5 meters.
some weird thing like this. Okay, so this is just like, I guess I guess we have to like put a breakpoint after this, right? 314. So this is not drawing anything. Point 1 is probably totally
I
wrong.
don't think you can just call draw rectangle at that point in time because
Well,
you don't even have like a client
I just made
rendered or
one.
anything.
I'm just trying to like get a sense of like if I just render the raw. Do you see what I'm trying to do? Like if I get the raw coordinates, like do they look like the they look reasonable compared to the actual map? Okay, there. So this is what I was trying to do. So this is what this map is supposed to look like with all the entities. You see?
Okay.
Give you this screenshot. Okay. So now, just like comment this.
So keep in mind, entities are both cars and roads.
So we have this circle. It's like a right angle. It's like a T with the entities, like a short T on one side. So that looks, there's supposed to be some stuff back here, I think. Hang on. This has got to be like flipped, right?
This looks like it's horizontally flipped.
Yeah. So I see these two cars right here, and then I see two dots right here, right? 1, 2. And then how many dots? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, at least we see here that like there is this map is actually supposed to be like a T with the stuff that's there. It's just weird that this is the actual data, right? Like what is this supposed to be? Like this looks like some sort of like roundabout type thing, but then there are a bunch of cars over here. Like as if there's another road.
Well, you have to remember a lot of things are also taken out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like if you were to change your drawing to, let's see, if you were to change it such that you are, how would this work? You can specify your drawing to only have a type, and then you can see the car positions versus other things. Because I think you may be seeing the start of some road points as well.
The start of some road points. Okay.
Because entities includes both roads and
Okay, so like what is it? It's if t.type is
so if you change your draw rectangle just to have a condition
yeah,
of
what
just
type?
if type is greater than 3, or if type is less than 3, you'll see only cars.
Okay, let's do this.
Or sorry, less than 4. It should be less than or equal to 3 or less than 4.
thing. Okay. These are the cars. Give you this.
Yep.
Discord. Where'd Discord go? Okay, so these are our cars. And we want to see if this matches the map. Okay. So let's compare.
Let's see, what else would there be that could possibly be tripped out in this?
Yeah, so there are 5 cars and then 2 cars. Okay, and then there are no cars in this circle. Then it's 1, 2, 4, 5.
It looks like there's 10 on that top lane.
Yeah, so this matches exactly. And then over here, yeah, this matches. So it looks to me like the cars are in fact in the right spot in the loading here.
Mm-hmm.
Which is good to know, because then I don't know, maybe other road lines need to be rendered or something, because like it doesn't make much sense to look at right now, like the where some of these cars are and stuff. Okay, so it's not where the physical cars are. Get the figure out why the renderer is not letting me do stuff with it.
That would probably be a good start, because that's really odd. And unfortunately, I'm in a weird thing 'cause I was just messing with my Docker because it was acting up on my computer.
Yeah.
So it like deleted NVIDIA CUDA toolkit. So I'm redoing that right now to find out why that's going on. So arrow keys aren't doing anything for you?
Well, it also opens 2 windows. This is why right here.
Oh, is this because of the new changes when client's no longer its own thing?
Yes. Okay, perfect. That's fixed now.
All right, now
So
can you run
this
around?
is
Okay.
now this is there's shift, and then what is it? Control?
So yeah, there's shift to go see the obs, and then there's control to go
Good.
to the third party perspective, which would not be very fun at the moment because you're just gonna like your brain's gonna
Yes.
explode. And then there's right arrow to increase the acceleration index. It's not necessarily like just like increased acceleration. It's just going throughout the index in the arrays. So if you want steering to go straight, it'd be steering 6. So you press right arrow 6 times.
How do you take? Wait, what's the takeover thing?
You're already to take over. You just press right arrow. So if you go to right arrow enough times to steering 6, now it's perfectly straight, and then 0 will basically stop the car. So if you go acceleration of I think 3, it should be it will maintain the spawning speed that it should have with whatever velocity it was given in the beginning. and it's a little
There, so I got the
unintuitive.
goal once, I guess.
Yeah. And then you're respawning also mid the second you hit the goal too.
Okay. I mean, specifically, it's weird we saw it solve this map and then get like and then go just straight line and screw up on when we tried to train it on a bunch of maps, right?
Yeah, the second you go to multiple maps, and I ran an experiment this morning just trying to do 2 maps,
Mm-hmm.
it also just like couldn't learn it.
So it can't learn 2 maps.
Yeah.
Definitely there's some data issue then. Okay, we have to figure out what it is. I will check one last time here to make sure that we haven't just like solved it while I've been.
In the sweep.
Yeah, so the best we have so far is 0.47.
And the cap I reached is like 0. 0.6, 0.59, 0.61, and then it just turns into a straight line.
Okay. It fails with 2 M's, right?
It failed for me on 2 M's.
Did we try 2 M's? When we did 1 M, it was like one,
Instant.
but when we did it with 1 M, we did it like with one
Oh, we
N,
did.
like
So what you
replicated a
did
ton
is
of times in serial,
correct.
right?
Yes, that's what it was. So
Okay,
we did 4096 inside of the vectorization for the.
let's do it the other way. Let's do it with 1 M, um, but done inside of the C as the loop. Let's do that. They missed, was it C reset? Render. Yeah, so how did we do 16 workers, yada yada yada? I
Yeah, we
guess
had
we just
16 workers, and then do you want to know how the way we did it before or the? Because we did 4096 num-ems and then batch size 2048. And then we hard forced in the .py file the n by d to be 0, and we set num-ems to be
yeah.
1.
But what I wanted to do here is sprintf 0 here. We load map 0 repeatedly.
Okay.
Then we also have to do it in the pi, which is right. Like this. Have to. Oh, oops. Forgot about that init. And we need to get the size right. There are 2 active agents in this thing, right?
In level 1?
Should be right.
No, 1.
There's 1.
The second one was the ghost one.
Oh. So if I just like If I go
So
here,
you
this
arguably could just make num ems 4096, I think, if based on the way you currently set this up. Because what this should do
yeah,
now is you should have 72.
this is 72.
Yep.
So we should set this to like whatever 4K 56. We do like, was it 512? We do like 512. The default batch and mini batch. I guess batch has to be different because it's like,
Batch has to be 91 times something.
yeah, so this has to be batch size equals 7. I think the mini batch stays the same.
Yeah, mini batch is fine. And you have to set max mini batch too.
Bizarre. Did we ever figure out, like, we know that this batch, like, causes stuff to hang. Did we ever figure out why it just hangs?
Wait, what happened?
It's just not doing anything.
Mm.
Weird.
Whenever I was running something like this, I didn't mess with the n by ds.append.
Oh, yeah, that's
But
totally... I don't know why I did that. I just added a null pointer to the end of it.
yeah, it should be n by ds.append n by d.
Yeah, I don't know. I just added a null pointer. Okay, there we go. Okay, so this is seemingly learning this env. How many agents in env2?
All right, is the training on instant again?
Uh-huh. So I want to do two envs now. We do now, this is I%2. Right?
Your batch sizes are going to get funky again.
I know.
I want to say with two maps, it should now be 3 agents?
Zero, 1, 3.
It's 3, right?
Agent offsets. 0, 1.
Yeah, so there should be 3 agents in total now between the two maps.
But the offset, yes.
Yeah, because when
Yes.
so you have agent 0 in for map 1. You start on now agent 1 on map 2. You
Yes.
have 2 agents there, so your third map should start at 3.
It just took a second. It took a second. Num m's should just be like divide roughly by 3. We'll just do like, for convenience, do like 200 m's or something. $200 times 18.
Does the num m's matter at all?
Well, it would be a massive batch size otherwise.
Oh.
I guess, would it? I don't know. It's like actually gotta be 200 m's halves, 300 agents. Technically.
200 m's. Oh, what would it be? 600 agents?
So 400 m's has 600 agents. I think. That's too big. 200 mini batch size now goes to be. And 600 times. What is it? What's 300 times 91? I think. No. 600? I don't freaking know, man. I'm just gonna try. Oh, it should be, it's 300 agents, god damn it. 300 times 91. Okay, so from here it should be 300. Didn't need to change it all. It's very confusing having to do this. It gets way easier when stuff is divisible by 2. I might be able to fix this with CUDA kernel shenanigans, but I don't know. I think everything has to be cleanly divisible. So it should be, so 200 m's has 300 agents, so 300 times 16 times 256, no, times 91. This one, 430 batch size. Okay. So this should now be 2 maps.
With a decent amount of parallelization.
Ton of parallelization, right?
Each map gets 100 copies effectively, yeah?
Times 16 workers. 1,600 copies per map.
Yeah, because each worker gets that 100, yeah?
And look at this, it sucks. It's as if it's only learned the first map, really.
Yeah,
Do we try training on just the second map?
we can.
That would be sensible, right? Just make sure it's not that map.
You want to render that map real quick?
Sure. So it's this map that we know, right? We got through the wall one time there. Okay, so now let's see if we can get equals 1. Alright.
Don't the offsets get screwy here if you set it just to 1? Or
Uh, did they? Well, we'll see if it doesn't train. The suspicion is that this should maybe train. Or at least they should get 50%. Depending on what is actually breaking it. And then the batch size here has to be... It's like 400 times 691. Okay, so we're training only on map 2. Well, isn't that something?
it looks like it's going.
Let's just set this to 20 mil
You want to
steps.
set that to like, yes, it's really small and then finish it out. Yeah. We can double check if we're not crazy.
So I was like wondering if it was going to be the agents within one end of the offsets are wrong. But it doesn't look like it.
And this one's more complicated because it has multiple cars too, and not just one.
So the suspicion here is stuff is getting screwed up across like end bounds, right?
Yeah, something is overlapping into like the other ends some way somehow.
It is like it is so nice. Like the reason I was wanting to check this stuff in the first place is because of how confident I am in like our hyperparams and our sweeps and our trainer in generally.
Hmm.
Right? Like if I'd done this a year ago, I would have just like kept working on the experiments and assuming something's just wrong with the RL. All right, so now this one. Hey, Cash, how's it going? Um, That looks like a driving sim, right? That looks like a driving sim. Occasionally they crash into each other or something weird happens, but like,
Overall, I mean, it was at 93%. It wasn't 100.
yeah, so that's just like a quick training run.
I
What are
mean,
we
hey, it
building?
figured it out. I mean, the other guy is doing effectively 2 turns and is getting
Mhm.
there, and the other one just has to like
Yep.
dodge the other guy.
Akash, we are currently debugging training in this simulator. It's only training on any single map. It's not letting us train correctly on multiple maps. We're trying to get this working on like tons and tons of different maps. This is all Waymo data. So these are like real world driving settings with lo-fi rendering. Let me make sure I didn't screw something. Well, this wouldn't have just been screwed with the new bindings because we had this problem before. We've imported it.
It's an on. I think it's ongoing. Oh, I've gotten to like 90% before on multiple M's.
I went.
Now, mind you, I was still
Yeah.
crashing into things, but it found the goal.
I wonder if that 90 is just like, I don't know. Are you working with GNNs? Nope. This is just a simple like max pooled entity encoder into an LSTM. Got this cur and this next. Just make sure that this makes sense first. Wait. Yeah, so this is fine. We checked the agent offsets before with the two maps and it looked fine. And
Does it have to do with how multiprocessing works? Like if you try doing serial, would it work?
I'd be very surprised. I could try it. Can we try was it map 63, I believe is a big one.
I think that's one of the ones that has a bunch of things. Double check. Yeah, map 63 is a fairly large one. Map 63 has a decent amount of cars.
So these are 8 agents each, it looks like. Is that correct? 8 agent map.
Yeah, I got 8 on my local render.
The 8 times 8192 divided for M's. Batch size. Okay. So now we are running the bigger map. This one is stuck at 1/8. That is suspicious, right? This one is stuck at
Yeah.
exactly 1/8.
What happens if you add a collision penalty?
That's interesting.
One car is deciding to move. All other cars are. You're not deciding. Oh, wait, it's pumping
Yeah,
forward.
it's over. And now it's stuck
Well, I
at a
got to
quarter.
two cars.
Which is like, you wonder if it's like two of the goals can be solved with the same, doing the same thing or something.
Do you want to do the off-road penalty now too?
I don't think this should help, but like, sure.
Indulge me. It's a 30-second experiment.
Or puffer sweeps. We get to the magic 0.58-ish.
Okay.
This is like the max that
Yeah.
we've seen.
Yep. Well, yeah.
We set soda on this other end. No, but we're doing pretty well. Heh, 0.
All right. Didn't work.
Yeah, 0.
All right. That was a fail.
Render it.
I would bet they all sit in place and do nothing.
Well, I wanted to render the one that was like 25%.
Oh.
Okay. Which one gets the goal?
It looks like the yellow car gets it sometimes on the bottom. And then what other car? There's one other car that's winning somehow.
Is it like a car that can go in a straight line or something? They're kind of all
I'm
doing
not.
the all the cars are doing the same thing. They're like eventually curving. They're eventually just turning left a little bit.
I'm not seeing the second car that's winning. Are
Mm,
you?
no.
Oh, wait, wait,
Oh,
wait. I see
blue.
it. It's occasional. Um,
But it was a
the
solid 25%.
okay, yeah, that is odd then. Because there's a blue car above the yellow car that's like random. That's every once in a while getting it.
Hmm.
The green car for sure isn't getting anywhere on the top. The yellow car on the top is just ramming into walls.
If you think about it, this is actually going to be very easy to make like a really cool sim out of. Without if like we don't even have to add any code to this, man. If we just like set the goal points randomly, like if we just randomize like your goal is now this one and then we just pick the next goal or whatever, we could totally train an agent to just drive from one to the next to what, and it would be pretty cool to just watch him go around, right?
Yeah, no, you could just as long as you dropped coordinates within the grid
Yeah.
and not on top of a road edge. Yeah, I mean, you have to do a little bit of weird on the goal planning would be a little bit of a weird function. You'd have to safely place something such that after its current goal, it's in a position where it can not immediately like run into a wall.
Hmm. Well, it should be able to decelerate to the goal if it has to. Okay.
Yeah, that would be an interesting learning behavior.
Well, it'll be once we get the learning working, I think you're gonna see this stuff just like massively improve.
Sure.
So this is how I pass these tensors. This is how I pass you the buffer. Wait, does this support multi-agent? It has to because I use it for neural MMO, right?
Rware is also multi-agent.
But this is Vecinet. We don't use Vecinet, right? We don't use Vecinet. So no, this Vecinet doesn't have support for it. Vecinet is single agent at the moment. Okay, so we just set env observations. This is pi array data of observations. Should we try to like go look at the observations of the 8 agents, I guess?
Yeah.
Okay, so these are identical, right? They should be. This looks like we've gotten 8 different observations, which then repeat for the first step. So at least on the basis of different m's, giving like consistent blocks of obs, this is good. We have 0. See, the thing is, the magnitudes of these look good as well, which is weird. Like the strides of them, it doesn't look like the data is just messed up. Hmm. Okay, max obs. 7 times max cars minus 1. 7 times road segment observation. 6. 7. Okay. Let's see. I guess the other thing that we could think about, min relative agent position, max rel agent position. Oh. Hey Spencer.
What up?
The first chords are the goal. The first 2 chords are the goal, like the goal heading.
Well, yes, that's correct.
They're almost identical. No way.
Well,
The car doesn't spawn facing the goal, right?
not guaranteed.
There's no way that they're that close.
I mean, some goals are like really close. Some goals are
These are 8 separate agents, and
yeah.
their relative heading to the goal is like almost identical for all of them. Let's see.
What do you mean the relative heading? There's no relative heading in ops.
What's this normalize rel goal x, rel goal y?
That is the coordinate point. That is the distance from the agent to the goal.
Which shouldn't be virtually identical for all agents, right?
No, they should be probably fairly different.
Yeah, and they're not at all. Oh? U minus min. Let me try something. I'm gonna try something real quick. Sensor.
What did I do?
Bad normalization. Bad. uh. It actually was the shitty ops normalization. Got him.
All right.
Always the frickin' data. Every damn time. Got him.
I want to say I just take this function incorrectly from their code.
Much to learn, young Padawan.
Yes. Okay. What was my implementation versus theirs?
Let me show you. Let me show you. First, let me make sure this actually works before I gloat a little bit.
Divided by max minus min. I mean, mine is slightly different, but by a constant factor. I don't think it should be.
These look like some good cars driving, yeah?
Uh, hold up.
Boom.
Sick. Okay. All right.
You wanna let's see if we solve the whole freaking thing.
All right. If this does, this is gonna be so sick, and I'm gonna feel real dumb after that was it, and
It's
literally
alright, you're in training.
everything else was totally perfect. Like there's no other issues. It's just
Well, you're gonna have to recheck all the normalization now. But
let's see. Where is that function even used? How many times? I think it's only used. Normalized value. I call it quite a bit. It's also
Functions.
used in the relative positions of other cars and relative positions of other roads.
It's not the normalized function itself.
No?
No. I'll show you.
Didn't you just change it to divide by 20?
Yes. But it's not because the normalized function is necessarily bad.
Is the factor too giganto?
Yes, that's the exact thing I told you.
Wait, but the GPU drive team uses that factor.
And you trust what they do? This is probably why they had to have shitty layer norm everywhere. What was the original, was it 72 M's?
Yeah, we were doing 72, yeah.
You remember what the original, I guess it's in the commit somewhere, huh? The batch size.
What are you trying to figure out the batch size? Oh, I have those.
The batch size.
738192.
Oh, okay. So that's just that. Cool. Do this.
Because the 745 one I think was just for the one map. Did you also change the normalize on the other ones that use that same function to divide by 20 or something?
No.
GG Neptune.
Thing's dipping. There we go. Just see if this does anything quickly. Alright. So, data normalization matters a lot, right? So what were you doing here, okay? You were taking 20, you were subtracting 1,000, or negative 1,000, whatever, and then you're dividing by 1,000. So basically, you're squashing your 20 by a factor of 1,000. So all the differences in your goals, you know how the goals were slightly different? That was the entire range over which the goals could vary. So 45 mil, and I've already surpassed our best run.
Well, let's see if it gets stuck. Does that?
It won't. It's not going to necessarily full solve because I only fixed 2 variables. But
Right.
it's going to be
There's
better.
still it's that normalized value function is used 2 or 3 more times in the below obs. So the range I was giving it was just way too small.
Yep, you compressed all your data into a tiny little range. So basically, the neural net would have had to have learned how to subtract by 0.5 and then
By
multiply by
1,000.
1,000. Yeah, to get back the original data.
Mm.
And the original data was too big as well, so still multiply by 100, but still. Makes it hard. So eventually,
Let's
the neural
go.
net just gave up and decided, I'm going to drive in a straight line. Because a lot of the goals are in a straight line.
It's just so. Well, rip in peace to assuming other people are correct.
But this is the
To be
thing that
fair,
drives me crazy, right? The researchers will do this, and then they'll throw layer norm on stuff to band-aid patch everything. Which
I
is
mean, the
not
difference
even a
in
good
what they
patch.
did and I did is they multiplied their final value by 2
Hmm?
and then subtracted it by 1. So, I mean, it would go from squashed by 1,000 to squashed by 500, but
But then theirs doesn't even work without layer norm.
yeah, they have layer norm and tan H
So why don't we fix their
activations.
observations?
We could drop up. If so, I don't know if you were able to see on some of the observations, but a huge percentage of them are just zeros because they're filling into what assumed the max obs are.
Well, given that the cool thing about this is given that their data was so bad, like we can probably just get rid of most of the observations and still train a better policy.
Man, it's still going
And this is
slowly,
just
but
the
it's still
first
going.
thing I ran. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
and
we still
there are 2
no matter
variables
what
fixed.
if you go and fix the other variables by just dropping like a divide by 20 on the other ones, it probably makes a pretty significant difference.
Let's see. Max speed.
Um, where it was used was, I guess you can just. The normalized value
I'm
of the
just
relative
guessing at like what
position.
reasonable speeds are. The vehicles are not 15 big either. Whatever.
There is one that's like 10 big, I will say. That for
Okay.
sure exists. Because there's like a, I guess what it's supposed to be is like a long truck. That is not that unreasonable on the vehicle width and lengths. But the normalized value on those need to be dunked.
This one's fine.
The normalized heading. All it is subtracting or adding 2 pi.
That's fine. Now these reverses are going to be messed up, obviously. Go on.
Yeah, that's gonna screw up rendering.
Oh, yeah,
So,
you'll be able to fix things. My goal is to make it work.
oh, here's a quick fix. Reverse normalized value, just say value times 20.
Oh yeah. Hold on. Well, we get
So is
7.
squashing it really that bad? Like,
Yes. There's big bucks in going into all the ML pipelines of companies doing important stuff and fixing their shitty normalization.
I guess so. I mean, you just picked a number that seemed moderately reasonable, and I mean, I don't even know those values are going to be between 0 and 1 at this point.
Nope. But to be fair, this was the first change I tried to the observation space.
Yeah.
I mean, so all I did is I picked a number that's roughly kind of on the scale of what it is. There's not a magical thing where neural nets fail outside of the range of 0 to 1. It's like they degrade. Same thing as they degrade when your data is squashed.
I would hope that after getting rid of the other normalized values, that it should be able to do better on collision and off-road. Oh wait, we don't have a penalty at all.
No, we don't.
How does this graph compare to the other graph?
So far, it's worse.
Hmm.
We'll see. There we go, though. It's getting better. Yeah, now it's better. Eh. Bada boom. Okay, we are at 80% here. I will be right back. So this is just super jank initial norm checking with whatever the hell defaults we have in here. Right?
Yeah.
When we've kind of been tuning completely wrong. So we're gonna check this policy, and then
Add penalties?
I don't even know if you need the penalties. We can try them. It might help.
Well, it
I
looks
wouldn't
like
be
collision rate's still
surprised.
pretty high. A third of cars are crashing every time.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe that's just what they like to do.
there is still the notion of that thing we were decided to ignore at the moment of a car respawning in the path of another car.
Very possible. But that's quite the distinction here. From 58 was the best.
Mm-hmm.
That does mean that it's possible. I think 58 was just basically driving in a straight line.
All right, so it looks like it's capped out here.
The thing literally couldn't see its goals. Wise.
See, but I was able to get like 99.99 on before we did any of the changes with zero penalty.
Well, I mean, it's not that it can't learn it, it's just very difficult.
Mm-hmm.
There's map 0. See some other maps.
Yeah.
So they run into each other sometimes, but like...
Some of that is for sure spawning on top of each other issue.
Oh yeah.
You can see the car in the blue that's like trying.
But like, this should now be a workable problem, yes?
Mm-hmm. Without a doubt.
Like, there's the car taking a turn. This is a few.
This one looks like that white car is having a hard time figuring out life.
It has basic low fidelity physics. So like, yes, there's acceleration. They can't stop on a dime. Since there's momentum. Oh, look at this. Okay, they have to not be able to, like, jitter so damn much, but... Look at that.
That one is really liking the jitter. I think the third person mode is cool.
Oh, yeah. Very cool. It'll be really cool as well when it's, like, smooth. You can just watch them drive around. Imagine you can literally just watch this thing drive around a city forever.
You could probably just like have a stream of this on at all
Totally
times.
could.
And people would probably tune in and watch it.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
As like ASMR or something.
Driving sim.
Just play some like lo-fi music and let people watch driving sims.
Lo-fi cars to study to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let's give it a little bit of a penalty, and then I'll just give this to you to... Well, actually, I think I'll let you get the last bits of it. So here. So yeah, for you, I would go through and like check all of the normalization to make sure that it's like not overly squashing values, and then throw it into a sweep, including the end coefficients, and see how it does.
Okay. And when you figured out that it was overly crushed, I mean, it's not like the values were pointing like 0.0005. They were still within the range of 0 to 1. So
Well,
what made you really feel like they were crushed?
I
Just because
noticed
they were
that
too
they're
close?
goals, right? That these should be the goals, but it's basically was giving all the agents roughly the same goal, right?
Hmm.
So that was like that doesn't look right. Because I was looking to see if it was like some memory bug where you were overwriting stuff, but the values were nicely aligned in memory, right? Where like the magnitudes
Right.
of each column were similar.
Yeah.
Um, so then I started looking at the values themselves and said, wait a minute, this is supposed to represent the goal, because I went to look for the goal because that's the most important observation. And then
Okay.
from there,
So I will.
yeah, so it's like it was just basic data checking, really.
Mm.
Now, mind you, this is like probably one of the most common issues, whether you're brand new or like a top lab. It's always your freaking data. So,
Fair enough. I mean, hey, at least the memory issues were correct. I'm at least happy that at least that turned out all right.
yep. So
Um,
this should now work for
okay.
you. We have GPU
So did you
drive.
just push? What did you push that to release?
Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna go grab a bite.
Hmm.
I'll when I get back, I'll check out any other things that need to be modified on normalization. Run a sweep on everything. Is the latest sweep stuff all in release as well?
Yep.
Okay.
It's like the same
Uh,
as before. You run it.
I will run
It's
a
already set
sweep.
up for you as well because I have the other sweep going that I can now replace with something else.
Okay. Sure, sure, sure. In terms of like this, well, you didn't you didn't push the edited default dot uh, ini file, right?
Did I edit the default any?
Is that where you did your sweep stuff?
Oh, um, then there might be a few small things to tweak. Here, hang on.
You can also just ship that in like a general chat or something if you want. If you don't want to modify the default ini file as the release branch.
Let me see what I changed. I added you like the total time steps. Just add this stuff back in. So today, I think today or like whenever that sweep runs finishes, we will have something decent. Maybe not to show them quite yet, but we're getting there very, very rapidly
Probably
from
by
here.
end of this weekend.
Yeah, that would be great.
And then we can work on speed.
Tokyo Puff. Nah, we do Tokyo Puff later, but it's fun.
Nah, speed get it up to 1 million.
Yeah.
Which I still don't know what happens. Like besides cutting obs, like I don't know what
I'm
happens
gonna
out of your
remove
hat you're
this
gonna pull.
entities thing. There you go. Okay. Go get go grab a bite and you can do that and I will be working on fixing other things around on release.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, man.
Thanks, Spencer. See ya. Well, that is a long-standing problem discovered and solved. I'm quite happy with that. I'm going to take a couple minutes. I'm going to use the restroom real quick, walk around a little bit, and then I'm going to come back. And then I have another 4.5 hours, I believe, of hopefully just doing all the other release stuff. But that is one of the core M's that was having problems now that should no longer be having problems. We'll try Impulse Wars and stuff maybe after this at some point soon. But I think we're just gonna like jam some pre-release work for a bit. Be right back. We just got some very strong magnets delivered. We're hanging the big flag that goes in the background. It'll be fun. Okay, so I think what I want to do right now, I want to get this working on, there's one other environment, and then we'll go to general pre-release work after that. And then that should basically be everyone except Captain's environment taken care of for the time being. Yeah. Experiment CV. Okay, so we'll see if we can get this to run. Probably have to edit the config. Yeah, so this is now back. Okay, so I think that this is probably that they have like this new config. I think they called it experiment CV or whatever. Data, NeurIPS data set. Just ask for this. anything in like setup? Perhaps finance. Is it this? No. Okay, they'll have to tell me then what this is. We'll just go on to general release work until they tell me what they've been up to. Because I can't really do anything with this as is. Oh, actually, hang on. Let me go tell John one thing. All right. I think we just want to go look at well, we'll check the sweep real quick and then we'll go through general code looking for more things we can clean up for release. All right, we're getting some good experiments here. These are pretty reasonable. And these are pretty short as well. So we'll probably just keep those going. So this file still bothers me. I'm trying to think why it still bothers me. Like, it's not that long now, right? This is the main. 2 screens. I guess I don't like that I have this train wrapper. Sweep function is pretty clean, actually. All these little helpers. Now I'm looking at it, there's really not that much. So technically I could put downsample linear into the sweeps maybe? A little awkward. I guess the main thing is having this extra train function, right? And the reason that we need this is that it's kind of because of sweeps. So I mean, what I would like is I would like this function to be very compressed. I guess, yeah, I'd like this function to be very compressed. And then the DDP stuff would just be in DDP land. But I don't, like, there's enough code in here that I wouldn't want to just duplicate it in both sweeps and in train. And then, like, I've gone through this pretty fine-grained. Like, other than this small little thing here, this is pretty well optimized as is. I mean, some of this stuff can get cleaned up down here for sure. Just like little by little. And I would like to do that, but then the thing is the structural problem. I guess it's just really about making this little section as compact as possible, right? I mean, you do not need... So hang on, this time step, scores, costs, all this append. We don't need any of this for normal training, right? We use this for sweeps only. So, well, if I were to, like, make, like, a train min, let's say, like, I just take out all of the features that are not just for training. Right? Let me see how small this function gets. As an experiment. Take this out. Like something like this, right? This is all the code that's actually required for training. So realistically, how short can I make this? I don't really like the idea of hiding this logic inside of the training class, right? It's already too high level as is. This doesn't need to be there. You have this target metric thing. It isn't used for anything. I do like being able to have like this printout. I could have it print after both evaluate and train. The dashboard, I mean. Might not be bad. That might just work. So let's assume I do that. Then that gets rid of needing this target key. This score stat. And then this print. And probably clean up this little garbage here. Oh, you still need this target metric point thing. Hang on. Does it even make sense to have like a minimum number of eval points? I mean, technically, right? And eval batches or something. Lost. So if I could get this little piece reduced, I could get these out, then it's make env make policy, trainer, reset. Do you need to even, hang on, do you even need to async reset? You don't even need to async reset it here. Oops. This is completely redundant. But reset here. I think this is what I was trying to do, is reset this here. Just set like the MISC stuff. Well, this is okay, so let's just say that I figure out a way to get rid of this. And I figure out a way to one-line this nicely. I can probably get this function under 15 lines. Does that let me do anything? Or does that tell me anything? Thank you. I mean, like, what I'm trying to do with this here, right? I don't like the fact that I have an already higher level than I would like train interface that has these just eval train. And I don't like that we have a main that then calls a wrapper function that then makes and calls that. It's too much. But the thing is, there's just slightly too much code here for me to want to, like, just duplicate it in the main train script. Okay, you know, but if we did that, right? Let's say that we put something like this and we clean it up a bit, and this goes in the main train script. And then we need something similar for sweeps, right? Then that goes, like, this code from this min goes into this sweep function. Does that let us do anything? I don't know if that lets us do anything meaningful. The idea would be that we might be able to, like, simplify substantially, right? I mean, I guess, isn't this metric? Yeah, so we have this target metric here. So, like, this target metric, we don't have to pass it to train at all anymore, right? Can probably simplify the configs a little bit. And then what does this look like as a result? I guess this looks like you having 15 lines of code here in training. Could also try to make all these one lines, and then have the functions be above. But we're splitting hairs at that point, I think. And then basically the only bad part of the code would be, if we just put it here, all like the code here, the only bad part would be that there's this 40-line config loading preamble, right? Because like if that weren't there, I would totally just do it in line, right? And that shouldn't change my decision making, so I should probably just have it here. But then by that logic, you'd also put the sweep code here. So like in my mind, the best thing is this config stuff doesn't exist and it's all in line. No, actually it's still not good because the sweep function is going to be kind of big, right? I don't really like having I'm going to sit here and stress over this until I get it right. Because how I do this is going to determine how many users are confused when they open this file. I can't decide how I want to do this. I mean, the sweep function's definitely too long to go here, right? The train function could go here. There's all this, like, annoying, like, stuff, like, if it's a baseline or this or that, though. Okay, maybe let's think about which of these we actually need to account for. So we've got eval. Sweep. This is easy. This is going to be relatively easy. Which of these sounds better to me? Having this main script just have this parsing and then call whichever of these functions. Not bad. I could probably actually, if I just do it all in line, I could even simplify it more, right? I mean, the only thing I can think of here like sweeps is a pretty independent code path right now, right? Like sweeps is almost entirely its own code path. But then for like everything else, there's going to be like shared nvinet, potentially. Shared policy in it. I think that's the way to go, right? Instead of having a bunch of different functions, just try to make like a really good clean script for this. All right, let's do that. Put these on. Got maintenance in here. Make sure I have this yeah, we're good. Yeah, I think we're just gonna make an attempt at this. We're gonna do the best we can this way. I'll spend like an hour on it, and then we'll see if I like the direction it's headed in by then. It's hard to say otherwise. You can probably start with like train, just like assume train or whatever. Or like so put sweep up high. Bugs. Yeah, so this is what I was thinking here, right? So we can take this stuff and move it outside of these checks because this is going to be shared. Can actually stay in. we'll change the args to this, but it's going to look like something like this. Good. So train will actually almost already work. Actually, literally does already work. We can rewrite. We can definitely rewrite. Eval model path. Load model path. So we can do yeah, we can totally simplify this, right? Heck, we might even be able to get rid of that function. Wouldn't that be cool? Maybe a little ambitious. We could, like, literally just end up being able to call eval, like, render mode true, though. Interesting to think about. How funny is it going to be if after all this time we actually, like, get back to close to the original level of simplicity? That's not bad, it's just, rendering the wrong end, probably. It does run. I mean, this function doesn't need to exist, probably, right? Okay. So we will have to obviously mess with this, but we are getting somewhere here. I like putting train above eval now, though. And actually, this is impossible to get here, right? Because so we don't even need this. So then this train wrap function needs to get integrated with sweeps. So basically right here. And it actually gets simplified a little bit as well, doesn't it? You just take this code, put this here. Make it. Okay. We can get rid of we can get rid of sweeps for now on this. We'll come back to multi. Come back to multi GPU sweeps. But yeah, it would look something like this. We'll leave this as a separate function for now. The only thing I don't like about this is how annoying sweeps are, right? Quite probably we can clean this up a bit, though. Alright. I think we just start line by line. Like just focus on the small stuff. And go from there. What am I doing here? Train. Namespace thing will be last. We're not doing namespace thing right now. I do want to change this namespace so this line will get cleaner. That's a very small thing to do. It will take quite a bit of time to get right. They're like little bits of things I'm not quite sure how I want to do yet. That. Okay. The main impediments now are a bunch of config stuff, saving loading things. LSTM thing is a little bit of a pain. Not a good way around it at the moment, though. Oh yeah, no, this eval thing is a mess, right? Does this even exist anymore? It does. What if we wanted, like, separate things, right? What if we wanted, like... How would this code look different? What would be completely different, right? Yeah, we don't need to worry about this, because, like, eval itself is actually really easy. You would just call, like, this little loop up there. Okay, so... in that case, then, we can assume that this... whoops. We can assume that this eval mode is basically only for wanting to watch the policy and potentially save a video. Hey, welcome. So then I guess the only issues with this, I guess, one, I don't like that we have to make the state like this, but it's not the worst thing ever. And two, we need a good way to know whether we want to save a GIF. And only collect frames if we do, so we don't run out of memory. We can add, like, save frames. This. Wow. So we'll just do yeah, this will be it. 0 frames. Way easier. Don't need kick anymore. Get rid of this. This is getting better. Is there like an FPS attribute? Render FPS? But nothing's gonna have this, right? Yeah, this is just per environment. There's nothing standard for this. So, like, I guess we just assume... You don't know what FPS to assume at all, right? Collision penalty can't be max of 0. It could still have collisions. Well, I mean, in that case, right, like, you could, we should probably then, instead of having the reward space change for that, we should probably have a different metric, Spencer. I'm trying to think what we would do. Maybe we define, like, completes goal at least once and doesn't collide as, like, the metric. You can definitely mess with it for now, though. Like, you can add a bit of a penalty for now if you want for collisions. I mean, it can still just learn to ignore some of the collisions, I guess. But what we'll end up doing is probably changing the sweep criterion. Python doesn't have any built-in way to save a GIF, right? Yeah. Slightly annoying. but that is fine, and that is substantially cleaner. As soon as RayLib exports frames, we'll have that. How you define differences of perf and score? So the only thing is that score is whatever you want it to be. Perf is a 0 to 1 normalized variable. So like you can make, let me think. Since they're both 0 to 1 normalized anyways, it probably makes sense to just make perf and score the same thing. And then, and you could add like some extra variables to log other things. So I would just make like perf and score both be, did you finish the thing without crashing? Well, it's hard to say actually, because how do they do it? What's their completion rate? Their completion rate is, or their score variable, because their cars die, right? Okay, so if we want to match what they do, they live and ignore. Wait, they live and they ignore. Oh. Well, that's awkward. Hang on, let me think. Okay, let's do it this way. This is a little bit weird, but I think this will fix the sweep issue and everything else. So we basically just do it for your first sub trajectory. So you start at 0 steps, right? If you hit anything, your score will be 0 for the whole 91 steps. If you complete your goal, then without hitting anything, then your score will be 1, even if you like hit something afterwards. So basically, we match their setting where like they only get 1 trajectory in those 91 steps because like the agent just dies or the agent stops or whatever. So for reporting purposes, for scoring, we're only using the first segment from each car for each 91 steps, but then we still get the rest of it to use as training data. So basically, we do something that way closer to matches what they're doing, and we just get extra training data because, we don't have this masking nonsense. That should be good, right? And that should also actually help with like the agents respawning on top of you thing. It's still technically possible, but at least now you're not going to have that factor as much into the score because you're only like monitoring the first segment. Try that. You won't get a double collision, but you may get... Yeah, so if you collide in the first little bit, you just don't get any score, even if you complete the goal later, right? And you can log collision rate based on that as well. You can just do all the logging based on like that first sub episode or whatever. Won't get a double collision. Yeah, you can still technically get them if like let's say an agent has a really short trajectory and runs into a wall and another agent is driving by. It's still possible. You should get way less of it though. And also, it should be possible to get like 100 though, because if all the cars are driving correctly, then none of them collide in the first place, so none of them respawn. So you should still be able to get max score. I mean, there's still going to be some data issues where like some of the data's janked, but you should be able to get close to max score like this. Yeah. And you just log the first one. Yeah, that should be good. Car A could respawn. Oh, like if their goal is really short? Yeah, that's also true. I mean, to be fair, we can do some jank stuff, right? Like, we can do some, like, spawn immunity or some bullshit afterwards, right? Let's just do this first, and you'll see you'll get a good policy out of this, and then if there's, like, some overlapping nonsense, we can fix that. I mean, we could do stuff where, like, we could give the cars spawn immunity or whatever, right? Like, there's a bunch of things we could do. I think, like, it's at the point where we found the major bug, and it's time to get the really good policy. And I'm working on cleaning up this relief ramp. Something. I flipped my camera for the, better. See how this does. Okay, so other than state, I think, and the Raylib stuff, this is a fine enough eval loop. This is a fine eval loop. A pretty nice train loop, other than this small config thing that we'll fix in a bit. The driver env is not going to have a vector interface, is it? Hang on, how did I do this? How did I do this in the current version? Or I guess it's in here. So wait, you render the driver env. That seems weird. The driver env is the one that gets rendered. And the env gets stepped with the full action. Oh, I guess because it's in a serial env, it's the same thing. That's why that works, right? You do want to have it wrapped in a serial env as a result. Okay. Now this is why this works, right? Yep. So this is now a workable. I mean, this is random play, but this is actually now rendering correctly. Is that the full? That's the speed the end goes. That seems very fast. Okay, initially though this is good. I guess now it's the sweep stuff that we have to do. Are we ready to do that? Guess so. This whole piece of code has to just go in main, I think. You have this separate logs and stats, which is annoying. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We'll do target metric. It's because hang on, it's because there is a combined key, right? Kind of a bit much, right? We'll leave that function alone for now. This function just has too much. We don't need this info. Up here. Or its cost and time steps. I really just want to get this sweep function to like a reasonable size. That's it. Let me see what like where's all this extra stuff even coming from. So like there's some extra config I need to look at, right? We have the seating. And then this is like the same as before. I guess this is, hang on. We have end name. To make this thing every time. Why do we keep recording total time steps? That ever make sense? I guess if we were trying to do sample efficiency stuff. But then it should just be, we shouldn't do this because we're going to just modify the way it works anyways. That gets rid of this. Oh, no, I know why it is. It's because we need to know when, like what point this was recorded. And it makes a ton of sense to do this as well. Hey, Jason. Where should I start with? I recently started learning about different algorithms of ML and projects and linear regression and profit. Now I want to learn more. I mean, in general, AI, if you're brand new, you should probably go through the stuff in CS231N with the lectures either by Justin or Andrej. That's going to be like the best starting point material. And from there, you do projects or read papers depending on your specific interests. Like I've got a great guide specific to reinforcement learning for newcomers on my site. But if you're looking for general ML, you're probably going to want to start with like something like CS231N. It definitely makes sense to come up with a better way of doing what I'm doing here, though. There's like a whole bunch of extra stuff that's just devoted to this. Like logging of score, cost, time steps, downsampling. What was the name of the PhD program? What do you mean name of the program? Name of the PhD program is PhD program, right? If you mean the department, it's an EECS, which is like the giant cover-all department for like almost all the tech. Yeah, so the thing that I'm like taking time on right here is just, you see there's like all this extra code here for like logging and downsampling these scores and stuff. What this is trying to do is this is trying to take the learning curves, turn it into 10 points, and then give those 10 points as training data to the hyperparam tuning algorithm. But it's just like adding a bunch of jank here, and I want it to not do that. Because if we can simplify this a little bit, then what we can have is like one very nice self-contained transcript where you can just read it. It's really obvious what everything is. And then with a few more config changes, like we're pretty darn close to the release date for the trainer code. What are you making right now? Can you explain it in a nutshell? Well, this is very like fiddly little debugging for the release of the next thing. But I work on Puffer.ai full time. PufferLib. I do ultra high performance reinforcement learning. You just go here. You can see a whole bunch of these demos. They run in your browser. We have agents that we've trained to play like this massively multi-agent snake game. This looks really cool if you leave it for a while. Got like classic arcade stuff like Breakout. That did Enduro. Whoops. Driving sim. I mean, we have more complex stuff as well. Got like this miniature version of Dota or League. And we've also got a follow-up to my PhD thesis, which is Neural MMO 3. Like this big, massive world in which agents can run around. They can collect resources, get equipment, items, do all the things you'd expect in a basic MMO. So I work on fundamental research on how do we make reinforcement learning faster, better, more stable, for use in both academia and in industry. We have the fastest and some of the simplest RL tools around, and they're all open source. But a lot of what goes into that is me staring at relatively simple pieces of code for a very long time and trying to figure out how to make them faster and simpler. It would be so much easier if you could just observe the full trajectory, right? But that'll break the Gaussian process. the Gaussian processes, they just scale really badly. So like I can only afford to give it maybe a few thousand points before it starts to get really slow. It actually probably is already going to get slow with a few thousand points, come to think of it. I mean, I guess it's questionable whether it even makes sense to model trajectories like this. This is kind of just like something I did without really checking too much if it actually helps. So you know what, instead of stressing over this, what I should probably do is just like leave it as it is for now, and then we'll run, once I have this cleaned up, we'll run an experiment where we like do a big sweep over a hard end, like do 200 experiments with this, and then we'll do 200 experiments just using the final data point. And if they do the same, we can just delete all this stuff, and then it'll be really simple, right? And if it actually helps a lot, then, you know, I don't mind having a little bit of complexity, knowing it actually does something. I think that's the plan with this. So in that case, then, just make this sweeps run. Yeah, this would actually get way simpler, come to think of it, right? If we just needed the last data point. Cool, so this runs nicely. This runs quite nicely indeed. Can you tell me if doing this kind of stuff is still relevant? Like, there are a lot of games. This has nothing to do with games or graphics or any of that. This is like fundamental research on AI. This is like, how do we make better AI that learns through interacting? We don't just run it on games. We like games because they're really good for testing algorithms, because they're like very interpretable. And the way we do stuff, at least, the results are pretty general. 1142 lines. This is reasonably cleaned up. Like, reasonably, right? How are we doing on our meta experiments? Okay, we are doing quite well. Only 41 experiments in as well. It's a good result. I believe 2.5 is our best. And that was run for much longer as well. Low. Let's get rid of that. Okay, I mean, I think then the next thing we do with this is we figure out the configs, right? Because we kind of did a lot of the rest of this. This has come out quite well. So now we no longer have like a ton of little annoying extra functions here for the main script. This only gets called in 2 places as well. Here and in sweep code. There's a possibility that if we don't need like the aggregation, we might actually be able to cut that out entirely, which would be cool. So we'll start on config stuff next. I'm going to be back in a few minutes. I'm going to go grab a drink, use the restroom, all that. Walk around a little bit. Find a frickin' fly swatter, maybe. Jeez. Be right back. Okay, we're back. Config shenanigans. First of all, let's make sure what I want to do even makes any sense. So, what I was thinking here, I've got this PufferLib.namespace thing that I use. And it's kind of just like a dictionary with dot notation. It's sort of like a simple namespace, if you know those, but it like simple namespace doesn't quite do all the things you'd want a dictionary to do. But the thing is, introducing a new data type like that is kind of freaking ridiculous, right? Like when you start like replacing Python's dictionary or like whatever with your own, you're kind of fighting the language for no reason. I guess I just don't like the way that dictionaries require brackets and quotes to access stuff. But that's like such a minor nit to introduce a whole new data structure. No, instead of that, let's not go one way or the other yet. Let's just see what would the code look like if we put more into that data structure. And what would it look like with less? First of all, where do I use this? Okay, so I use a bunch in cleanRL. A few other little places. That's definitely like few enough places that would be a pretty easy refactor. Now let's see what I'm actually saving in clean pufferl with this. So experience is a namespace. Dict access proper. Surely somebody's timed this. Okay, so this is just a new project, right? Just use a damn dictionary, it seems. All these wrappers are slow. Namespace probably slow. It's weird though, because I guess I don't know how Python does this internally. Probably does string processing either way. I mean, if I want to be ridiculous, I could write a very quick time thing, right? Let's just be ridiculous for a second, alright? This is kind of silly, but hey Spencer. Cool, we'll see how the sweep goes. So amusingly, I was actually right. Does it depend on does it depend on key length? No. They must cache the hashes. Alright, so it's not like insane. You never want to trust the Python implementations. Be reasonable. I mean, those are times that if I'm doing 1e8 Python loops anyways, I kind of deserve to be slow, right? And my namespace is almost certainly slower. So, putting the perf thing aside then, the creation is the same of a namespace versus anything else, because you can call dict with this syntax. Like, yeah, this is not any better. You can likewise do the same thing with a dictionary like this. The only thing you can't do is access stuff with dot notation. So that is moderately annoying, right? Because, like, all these config things, I mean, you use this everywhere. I mean, that is arguably, like, a big deal, right? Having to have, the obnoxious string accessor notation frickin' everywhere in your code. Is cost no longer the x-axis for sweeps? What? What do you mean is it no longer? Yeah, Spencer, it is the x. You set the x-axis to whatever you want, but the actual criterion, right? The Pareto front is evaluated with runtime versus whatever score variable. You can look at the data in steps or in time or whatever, but the way that we select the best one by the sweeps algorithm is on time. This is actually, like, not an entirely clear decision to me. Like, this is a bit more complicated than you would think, right? So it ultimately it boils down to, right, is it worth introducing a custom type to clean up Python's default syntax versus using the thing that everyone knows, which has the annoying syntax? So is it better to have dictionaries with a million, like, annoying accessors everywhere? I mean, instead of a dot, it's 4 keystrokes, right? It's like it's 3 extra characters per access, with oftentimes multiple per line. Like, that's not a insubstantial amount of additional crap in here. I mean, we probably access some form of this at least a couple hundred times in this file. This one is irritating because it's like the default Python thing is so close, but, like, it's not. Let's actually, let me see something. The simple namespace, right? From types import simple namespace. First of all, calling it simple namespace like this is horrendous, but whatever. This gives you namespace. Doesn't have keys. Can't iterate over it. That's awful, right? So, like, there's no case where we're ever using this thing alone. Man. You know, it's like... You know what this reminds me of? It's not this thing, right? Not this. What's that, like, library that just defines a ton of types? Is it this thing? There was, like... I don't think it is this thing. What's the repo that just, like, they define their own data types for everything? I thought it was this. It's this, right? Fast core. like they do all this stuff, right, where they have tons of things that are arguably very convenient, but they just like blow up the size of your basic utils ridiculously, right? Like arguably I think that this, like if this were in Python, this would make the language worse overall just from the amount of stuff. But basically it's like I don't want to do this, which like we didn't like the default so we made our own. It's kind of bad, right? I don't think sweep.py reports SPS. Yeah, I gotta fix that, Spencer. Like, it would seem to me like it's a bad idea to have this namespace thing. And this is kind of like leftover from when I was screwing around doing like language level stuff last summer. But at the same time, it's just like this one particular thing with the config is just so bloody annoying. And arguably I could. I can't even like have it be a can't even like convert it to a simple namespace or anything. I'd have to do fully dictionary stuff. Maybe this is obvious, right? The answer is probably to use the language the way the language was intended. Not fight the thing, you can be mad at it, but like trying to hack around it is probably just stupid. I think that's probably the right call. Removing a primitive is good. Let me just check one thing with pep. Yeah. I think what we do is we make a commit and then we do the thing. And then we make sure we like it. But yeah, I think that's going to be most likely. Oh yeah. We'll just start with this. And we'll see what has to be fixed immediately from this. So this is adding a little bit of annoyance, I would say, to the way that the code has to be written, but I do think that it is worse for me to be introducing custom types for like basic stuff. Will take a little while to do this by hand, but I don't want to like auto it and mess something way more important up. The single line autocomplete helps because I can like still read through. Plus, I get to clean things up along the way a little bit. Device everywhere. Okay, so this is going to be a little ridiculous, right? Get zeros. This doesn't, this is completely redundant. So is this. Is this. We're getting there bit by bit. I think this was the right decision, though, ultimately. Like, I don't feel that stupid for having done this, because the reason why it's stupid is, like, kind of subtle. Basically, like, last summer, I started getting into, like, lower level style of thinking on a lot of programming, and I started thinking, like, is there a way that I can write my Python code more like C code? And, like, initially you wouldn't necessarily think, particularly if, like me, you've been writing Python for many years, that there would be any natural barrier to doing that. but the language actually kind of forces you into the way that a lot of code is written in the language. Not all of it, mind you. People still write awful, awful code, but like, there's a reason that Python has a ton of classes usually, and things are put into classes by default. There's a reason that there isn't like a good struct, for instance. And when you try to like fight that, you end up making more of a mess than just doing it the way that the language intends you to do, but keeping it as simple as possible within that. So it's not that bad to have done all that. But I think it is correct now that we get rid of that. I mean, I guess like another way I should have looked at it initially would be like, if I don't know anybody else about anything else about somebody programming, and you tell me that they heavily use like the fast API core, that make me more or less excited to look at their code. Much less excited, right? Or heck, like even if I 10x the namespace thing, right? If I have all my own custom types, like that's probably not a good thing. Well, it probably does mean that you care a lot about your work, but it also probably means that you engineer a lot of problems in addition to solutions. Or at the very least, like, you know, you very much would like to be working in another language and are like really annoyed you're stuck in this one. Oops. Which is fair. Like, you know, I'd rather be writing C. But this isn't bad as long as we keep it reasonable. This I'm not letting it autocomplete. Like mess up. Actually, you know what? We can clean this up. Because we can do B0 A data equals do 1 minus B0 times alpha. Good. Args. Now, like, this can now be simplified a little bit. Well, not really. I guess not really, huh? Big. Oh yeah, but then all these are dicts. So this now has to be like just run. Okay, so profile eval. Yeah, these were simple namespaces before as well, right? Or puffer namespaces. Whoa. Caps lock. $64. Yeah, like stuff like this. Really annoying. Holy, yeah, there's gonna be a lot of this actually. That's annoying. This run yet? Almost. All the way down to sample. The batch as well. Um, We're definitely gonna have to look at whether this changes the way I want to do any batching or not, you know? Maybe I don't want to have to keep accessing all these. Maybe I want to access them once at the start of the batch. This is why I thought about it for so long, because it's actually like a non-trivial change, right? Okay. Still works. See if sweep still work. Works for now. We'll see if it goes all the way through. And then there's no more namespace in here. There is a chance that I end up reverting this. We will see. I kind of have to like work with the code for a bit and see how it feels. If it's like noticeably worse just writing code having to do this, then I might revert it. But for now, this is what we're gonna do. Yeah, okay. Does that change how I think about configuration down here at all? Probably a bit, right? It's 4:37. I'm gonna have like an hour, hour 10. Okay. Um, let's finish this little section and then I'll do what I need to do outside of this. Right, so I remember here there's like this weird nested thing, right? This is unpacking argparse. I mean, similarly, this like little unroll, it's used twice, right? No, actually, this is kind of a specific function. So I'm actually fine with us having this one. Because this actually does something kind of non-trivial. Not just a stylistic thing. It has to compress the keys in a specific way. So now if we accept that, This thing is hacky as hell. Let me see what I had this as in 2.0. In demo. Okay, so this unpack was this. It's this little section right here. And the literal eval moved up. We got rid of that. Let me try something. Let me see if I can get this to work without nesting or any bullshit. Is this what it would look like? I think that's all it is. And I just didn't like this because, like, whatever, uncompressed or whatever. This is way clearer to read. Is there anything else I can do that would make this even better? No, it's not an else. That do it? Nah. Didn't think so. What was that set default? Was that making it up? This is a frickin' thing. Okay. Python with all the weird methods. So that is compactified. Oh, you know what this can be? Yeah. You can do that in Python, I forgot. Should be able to. What did I mess up? This works, right? Package ocean. It is worth cleaning this up however I can. Not have this browser covering chat. Oh, I see. I'm going one too far. there a clean way to do this? Would be this, right? Yep. Okay, well that's not bad. That's like pretty concise. Oh, actually, wait. We do... No, I think this is about as good as it gets. Might be something slightly better, but this is pretty good. Not worth spending more time on that. I am happy that we got the jank nested dictionary thing out of it, though. So now, does this change anything in the way that I look at configs at all? Not particularly. So there might be a few things I can do generally, like combining configs or like generally cleaning some stuff up. Use the restroom real quick. We'll be back in a few minutes, and then we will keep working on making this file better. I will be back. Okay. Let me apply to one message. Checking one message and we'll go back to this. Reading one document here. Sending one thing over and then we should be back to working on this. Apparently I am spammed with tons of messages. None of which matter. Perfect. Good. What do we have going on in Gen Chat? Random stuff. We actually do have some folks working on drone M with this, which is great. So I think now we're just going to go through this section a little bit and see if we can clean up a few of the ways we're doing the config files. And we're getting down to a pretty minimal end product here. Like 1,000 lines of code for all of our training. Like, what is this? Right? Well, you had to add in experiment ID, like tag. You had to add in these things here because the train class is actually doing the logging, right? And why is the train class doing the logging? A good question. Does the train class have to do the logging? Let's consider that. You have this mean and log. This just gives you logs. You could just as easily integrate this into the main train script, right? And then this wouldn't have to know anything about Wannabe or Neptune. Okay. The thing that prevents me from doing that at the moment is the sweep stuff, because you'd have to do it twice, essentially. Maybe we can change this. Hang on. The train code. Okay, so this is the train code here. It's just this little section. I wonder if we could take this sweep code, could we like make this just the main code path? We wouldn't need to have separate code for train and sweep. That would be kind of cool. Without having to like split out the inners of this into a function. Okay, what would that require? Let's say that we don't need the full curves for the hyperparam sweep algorithm. Let's say that we run the experiment and that goes away. So then it all ends up being basically the same, right? Yeah, code literally ends up being the same. So basically all we need to know then is whether or not we need this score and cost stuff. I mean, heck, we could just assume we're going to be able to simplify it a little bit, right? And just keep it regardless. Okay, I'm kind of interested in doing this. Kind of interested. Put this auto tune up here. I guess the thing that is going to be different, right, is like if you're like running eval or something, is there a clean way to do this? It feels like if I'm clever here, there is just going to be a clean way to do this. To not need to have multiple code paths. I mean, the plus side right now is the train one is really, really clean. Okay, if there were no other initialization or stuff, right? It's basically just block of code and block of code with for loop. And I would prefer to avoid put block of code into separate function. Ideally. So you know what? I don't necessarily mind as much having this be a separate function now. Do I? What if we just put this, let's say we take this thing, okay? And do experiment. Backend, policy, and then like, what if we do this? Experiment. We do def experiment up here. Def experiment. This could be kind of cool. So now if this logic does compress, this just becomes loop over experiment. And then we could even put like a loop down here and train over like num seeds or whatever if we want. And what if it doesn't? Okay, so let's think about both cases. If the logic for all of the like downsampled curve stuff doesn't end up being necessary for sweep, we're good. If it does end up being necessary, then we have like 20, 30 additional lines of stuff that we would ideally like to keep out of the main experiment interface. I mean, we could totally just make the experiment return all of the logs. Like just a list of all the logs from the whole experiment. Right? Let's actually implement it that way first. I think it works. Logs. So like if I did this, right, return all the logs. And we go down to sweeps. Right here. Backend policy. Looks right like this. So it's just going to be experiment. Okay, so now we don't need this. So we have fours equals like this, right? Costs going to be like uptime. Let's just say we put uptime in there, right? Let's do that. Time steps. We get this from here. So now we no longer need this, right? Or this, we already have all this. And now we actually can do down sample linear. And something like this. Oh, and actually, can we do better? No, we can't because we need to do this downsample operation. So yeah, so this is actually, there is going to be a bug here. If I don't patch this. So let me go deal with this. I need to make sure that the total time steps gets logged at the end correctly. Oh, I know how to do it. Not this one, right? Hang on. Args. Okay, so something like this then. This is now pretty short. Yeah, this is now very, very short. And I no longer use x by d here. This thing up here. It's getting there. It is getting there. Let's see what I broke. Assuming I broke something. Okay, so train still works, right? It's pretty good. Pretty good. I mean, this opens it up a ton, doesn't it? Feels like it opens it up a ton. Little debugging. None type not subscribable. All logs of 0 is none. Really? Okay. And we will, like, we can fix this type of stuff, right? So, like, we're not going to actually add this into this nice clean experiment function. We're going to fix this in the main environment, I'm sure. But let's see if this does what we expect given this. 522. Oh yeah. There we are. So this looks good then. This looks quite good. So we now, instead of having a bunch of these functions, we have the final 15% of the code, 925, 1128, so 200 lines devoted to all the different types of experiments and config and everything else. Call it 220 something lines with this. Not bad at all. Just like our harness for stuff, and we can work on like reducing this bit by bit as well. Very good. Oh yeah, how is our sweep doing? We have some more experiments in here by now, right? Pretty good. Doing pretty well. Hello. How's it going? Doing well here. Fairly productive. Fixed the driving sim bug. And now we are pretty well through one of the last like major refactors that I really wanted to figure out before release. At least I think we've gotten the hard parts of this done. There's a lot of like little cleanup, I'm sure, here, but all like the difficult stuff is pretty good. I'm trying to think what's going to be the most productive way to go from here, because I can still totally break stuff by accident is the thing. It's like we can't run the final experiments yet, but we're getting pretty close. I guess probably next step is going to be get it feature complete. So get the library basically behaving exactly the way I want it, and then do the final cleanups. So of course some of the features, the final features, do depend on the experiments. Welcome all the YouTube folks. And I guess really the only other big one was fixing the Neptune and WANB integration. Actually, I got an email back from them. Let me go figure out where where this email is, because they responded on whether their new API is going to be available to general public or not. Let me see. Black. Well, the Slack page 404s. Here, maybe I can. Maybe it puts me to the same. Okay, it does actually. We're preparing docs and online content in anticipation for a more public general access release. The current version will likely be maintained until the end of the year, once we have a migration plan for all current customers. Okay. Trying to see where the if they're gonna move this to like paid only, we're gonna have to migrate this. So it depends how they're doing this here. They 5x their pricing, didn't they? Yeah, this used to be 50. I mean, they do have a good product, but the thing is, I can't have the default be this if they don't have a trial, or they're not going to have a trial. Now, they still currently have, where is it? Where's the page for it? If you hit login, I think I have to do this in a new tab. Hang on. This is important because otherwise we're gonna have to do like a TensorBoard backend or something. Yeah, so you do actually, there is a free account trial or whatever. All right. We'll see what they say on that. I do hope that they're not going to completely shoot themselves in the foot there. It's a very good tool, and like I might even still consider using it personally, but yeah, they're in a tough place, I get, because it's like not only do they want to charge, they want to charge a lot because the addressable market, like they're marketing to researchers, which is a pretty small crowd, but like at the same time, it's not like a crazy. There's like nothing here that is worth that amount of money, right? Like it's not fast. It's fast compared to shitty modern Electron apps. Like most shitty modern Electron apps. What would the alternative be? Like TensorBoard? Just local run with TensorBoard? I forget, does Wannabe still have their free accounts? Yeah, so they still have the it's I see. So it's free forever for personal development. No, they still have their free accounts. They still totally have their free accounts. So it would just be go back to Wannabe, sadly. Which sucks. Because Neptune is substantially better. And I would like have to basically go back to figuring out how to do stuff on this. If they rug their own community though, like if they rug their user base on that, that's on them. Yeah, they literally they 5x their lowest tier pricing over their competitor as well. I don't know what they're doing. And like that's like a little concerning actually, isn't it? I mean just thinking what they're doing. And yeah, they're totally based on this. They're pricing it for academic as well. So like they think that academic labs are going to pay 500 bucks a user a month. Like do they realize that they pay their students like 3-4 grand a month? Like labs have no money. I hope they don't kamikaze on this. Well, nothing I can do in the meantime other than use the current API, update it so it works with Wannabe and Neptune, and we go from there. Let's go check if I can find even the current Neptune API. If I go here. So track files. Model metadata. Source code. Monitoring. Log images, custom plots, and charts. I guess this is the Neptune. Model registry to experiments. I guess I can just upload the file, right? Copy model metadata from model registry to experiments. Stores model identifier and version as tags. Heck. Group tags to organize your models. And tags to create saved views. Fetch models table. Oh no, this is just for migration though. Just for migration. Okay, it's just gonna be .upload or whatever, right? Add files or upload, and we'll just do that. I guess it's probably this one because that other one's just for images, so just .track files. Presumably this uploads the whole model, right? Oh, it's the run? Well, there's no run object, so it's probably like dot upload or dot, was it track files? Track files. Put this here. I gotta run in a few. But let's see if we can at least do this. See if this uploads. Also, did we hit 2K? We might have hit 2K today. Did any of you star it? $19.99. Anybody wants to star the repo to help me out for free? 1 star off of 2,000. Pretty damn big for a reinforcement learning repo. I mean, like, my legendary project here is 7K. Still active. We'll do fast version. I don't know why it's parsing that as a string, but whatever. Legacy methods. Oh no, wait, attribute error. So this is the run. No, it doesn't have upload. How do you do stuff with this? That attribute. There's just no way to do this. Track files. Upload. Oh wait, run of train data set. There we go. So, let's see if this logged for us. Huh. Look at that. We get the model file. Can we not download it? Does it actually store this file? Like, this looks clickable, but isn't. Download. Fetching metadata of contained files. Downloading the contained files. Ah. There we go. So I am going to go for dinner here. Let me just paste this in for now. So I at least know that we can do it. And then we will get to this either after dinner or tomorrow, depending on how I'm feeling. So for the folks watching, getting very close to this new release. It's going to be very simple and very fast when I'm done with it. If you are interested in high performance reinforcement learning, or RL in general, all my stuff is free and open source at puffer.ai. You can help me out for free by starting the GitHub. You're 1 star off of 2K. This is rounding, so that could be you. Would help out a lot. And other than that, if you want to get involved with dev, you can join the Discord. Many of our best contributors came in with 0 RL experience. You just need a programming background. You can follow me on X for more RL content. So thank you, and I will be back either later tonight or tomorrow.